Alrighty. Uh, oh, hold up. I need. All right. Okay. Ah, hello everybody. JR here. Ah, with our continuation of the Life is Strange tier list. Tier list, but we got in our hey hey Try, how's it going? Hopefully you're doing well. I am doing well myself, so hopefully you are doing the same. Um, Now in our last episode, we oh that's great. I hope to hopefully we'll get to see them in the in your next video. Hopefully we'll be able to check them out. Um, but in any case, in our last video, we started going over Max from Double Exposure, and uh, we're having a pretty big discussion about that because we were breaking down certain inconsistencies as far as characterization goes between how the game is trying to characterize Max, and their written, because it's mostly written, characterization of Chloe and Max and Chloe's relationship, how that was categorized in the intervening years between the original game and uh, the beginning of Double Exposure. So we got as far as episode 3 of Double Exposure. So we're almost around the halfway mark of Double Exposure, but things are going to be moving a lot quicker because certain later episodes of Double Exposure get shorter. So there's definitely going to be more quicker things to analyze as far as Max goes. Um, so, and then we got, uh, and then we got, what was it? Try's little comment: double the max, double the breakdown. Uh, well, when there are more things to say, especially when you're dealing with like the main character of whatever you're dealing with, whether it's a game, whether it's a movie, like whatever main character of a story, generally, they're the ones that are supposed to have like the most information like about them. So you would think that you would generally have a lot to say about them. But then again, sometimes you do have certain stories where the main characters sometimes can be the most least interesting person, and then sometimes the supporting characters turn out to be a million times more interesting than the main character is. So sometimes you get sometimes you could get like one or the other. Main characters are gonna have the longest breakdowns. You would think so, right? Try. Sometimes you would think so. Me generally, I generally would do like the stories where generally everyone can be interesting. Like the main character can be interesting, the supporting characters can be interesting. Like obviously you're gonna have certain characters that are more interesting than others, but generally I would like to have uh you know most of the characters to be interesting in some way instead of just kind of being there. Like you give them a participation trophy of being like, well, you were here and you kind of did something. but uh but in any case, so uh so we jump back over here, and here's where, so let me go down here, and then now we will jump over here. So let's see. So we got chapter 3 of Double Exposure here, Spin. So very quickly, we pretty much uh tried, right, no medalists. Some characters are the also ran to reference home racing or horse racing. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much is it. So in any case, we got chapter 3 beginning with Max waking up after falling asleep after going through all the information that you uh, potentially have found. Because obviously, depending on certain choices that you make, Max will have limited evidence depending on what you've been doing. Like, for instance, with Gwen, if you didn't. if you didn't stop her getting setting fire to the USB. So that's a more obvious example of evidence that you're either gonna have or you're not gonna have, depending on what your choices were. But in any case, after reviewing all of that stuff, and as a little tidbit, uh, actually, we'll save that for upcoming scene in a minute. But yeah, the picture here. Um, so we just examined the different things of evidence: the email, the USB. Um, a little point of a little nitpick is it it kind of sucks that the surveillance camera footage of Gwen isn't an actual video. It still is just a still image of a paused video. So that's kind of a little nitpick that I wish when you were examining the the video on the USB that that it was an actual surveillance video that you could actually see and not just a still image of a paused video. So that's just a little bit of a nitpick, but it's like eh. So in any case, we go upstairs to get a refill of some coffee. And then we revisit yet again one of the most annoying scenes in this whole game. But yes, Alderman just bursts his way in, questions you. Uh, Max has the gun picture on the table where he can potentially see the damn thing. She does a pretty sad attempt at hiding the thing as he's talking to her. And we have like all these moments right here, back turned, not even looking at her. She doesn't take the photo away. And then he still walks over, still has his back turned, not paying attention, and she still does absolutely nothing with the photo. Like, come on. And then when he turns around, and then he has a moment where eventually he'll notice the picture on the table. And then she'll blatantly right in front of him so he can see the very obvious I just swiped something off of the table, make myself more suspicious, and then obviously he sees it. So, and then leaves. Okay. So, uh, so clearly, for some reason Max was written to be like a brain dead child apparently, cuz how she doesn't how she doesn't do the how she doesn't take the photo when she has like 50 million opportunities, I have no clue. But in any case, we actually get the one moment, where the game actually makes you use one of Max's original abilities from the original game, which is the ability of jumping into photos, specifically photos that Max is actually in, because her ability does have limitations. Because in the original game, uh, the only photos, because in the original game it's not blatantly stated to you, but it is something that you pick up every time Max jumps into a photo. And it's the fact that Max has to be in the photo that she's jumping into. Like she visually has to be in the photo at somehow, which uh, the only time that people misinterpret that that's what's supposed to happen would be the butterfly photo at the beginning of the game that Max takes in the bathroom. But if you actually focus in on the photo, Max is reflected in the bucket that the butterfly is resting on. So technically, Max is in the photo because you see her reflection in the bucket. So you have to kind of like really pay attention to the photo, like really look at it. But yeah, you can make out her reflection in the bucket. Um, but yeah, so um, this game does have a problem with trying to keep to that consistency later in the game, because they do kind of contradict that uh, by the end of episode 4 in double exposure, which we'll get to in a few of that contradiction. But in any case, you do the same mini game that you did in the original game, where you have to clear focus in on the photo to get the picture to be nice and clear, so you can jump in. And they use the same sound effects and everything, pretty much the same sound effects from that same mini game from the original game, which is a nice touch. Which yet again is one of the inconsistency issues with the game, where it really feels like some developers like has either played the original or really studied the original, and then some developers on the team seems like they don't even know anything that happened in the original game. So it's very weird and inconsistent. Um, But yeah, so Max jumps into the photo. She's in her uh as far as one timeline goes, her past self, but as far as the living timeline goes, this would technically be her future self because we do learn 100% because some people uh take by the end of the game take it as, well, we don't know who really killed Safi. And it's like, no, that's one of the things that double exposure is very clear on, and that is that Max 100% killed Safi. The reasons as to why she killed Safi become a little clearer uh, by the end. Well, it's hinted at by the end of episode 4, and then it becomes even more clear by episode 5 as to why Max would kill Safi to begin with. But and yes, this is this is also not a fake Max or anything like that, because that's another thing that people misinterpret. But anytime that Max jumps into a photo, the present day consciousness of that version of Max is what jumps into whatever version is in the photo. So if this wasn't Max at all, then she wouldn't be able to jump into that Max's body, like, at all. That part is consistent with the original game. So there isn't an issue there. Um, I know certain people. Do have an issue the tornado being used as a plot device again. Mostly because certain people interpret that the tornado in the original game is directly related to Max's powers, which um, which Max kind of theorizes throughout the original game. But yet again, uh, I pose that we know that the tornado isn't 100% related to Max's powers because Max has her dream of the tornado at the very beginning of the game, of the original game, right at the beginning. As soon as you start the game, it's Max's dream of the tornado. And that happens way before she even gets her powers to begin with. So if the tornado was directly linked 100% to Max's powers, then why is she seeing a vision of the tornado before she even gets her powers? So, and yet again, the original game doesn't 100% doesn't blatantly tell you what the cause of the tornado is. The tornado is just like a magical like threat that is just looming um for the climax of the original game. There's no explanation. There's no 100% concrete explanation within the original game that blatantly tells you this is why the tornado exists. This is how the tornado works. This is what's connected to the tornado. The game doesn't explain it. The tornado is just a magical thing that just appears and is this looming threat that is on a countdown that no matter what happens, it's gonna appear at some point. It's gonna appear at this time. So the game throws you a bunch of several theories as to what the cause of the tornado might be, but the game never commits to an actual answer. It's just one of those strange mysteries that is just like not explained, which I kind of, which I do kind of like, but also the fact that they're using the tornado as a looming threat again is also something that the comic books actually did. So yet again, double exposure, just yet again taking another idea from the comic books all over again. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, Emma and Claudia better have gotten some royalties from this game. They better have gotten some royalties from the sales and stuff of this game with the amount of stuff that they lift from the comic books. You gotta earn that story credit somehow. But yeah, so we got the tornado back. I will say the effects on the tornado in double exposure do look real good. Like I do like how it looks. You can also kind of make out in the background, but you do have some like yellow orange lighting here and some blue lighting here. So you do have some visual references to the two timelines. So at least visually, you could at least figure out that this tornado has some connection to these two timelines in some ways. But uh, but yeah. So in any case, Max is trying to figure out like what's going on from Safi. Safi is not really explaining anything. She's just dancing around Max's questions and kind of ignoring them for the most part. See? And then, right as soon as Safi says pull the trigger, Max just gets kicked out of the photo, which uh, which has that happened before in the original game? No, pretty much when Max was done doing whatever she was doing within the photo, she kind of just left the photo and jumped back to the present timeline. Well, the present timeline or the present day, depending on what photos you were jumping into, in which timeline Max was making from her rewriting of history and stuff. So in any case, Max tries to go into the photo again. It doesn't really work. Don't worry, Max. Give it another episode, and you'll be able to do it again. But but yeah. Ooh, I saw some of that graphical pop in. I saw that. But in any case, Max is meeting up with Moses to tell him everything about her powers. And yet again, we have more Chloe Instagram messages that Chloe's posting all over the place, which yet again we can't interact with at any point. But yeah, it's like we're just torturing ourselves with the whole Chloe situation throughout this whole game. But in any case, we go to the Overlook, which is where we're going to be meeting up with Moses again. Um, which this is this the dead timeline? Yeah, this is the dead timeline because the flowers where Safi's body was is still here, so this is clearly the dead timeline. Um, which is also funny because now that I think about it, um, now that I think about it, when Moses gets here, uh, when Moses gets here, like none of that is ever brought up. It's like Moses. Don't you see the pile of flowers that are in the shape of your dead friend's body right next to this bench? Do you not see that? Loretta was able to see it. I don't know if it. Do you see it? I don't know. But yeah, yet again, the the whole mysterious flower thing does not get addressed like at all. You have the one scene with Loretta and nothing. Uh, See, and it's also weird too because the camera, you have these weird camera shots where the camera is focusing in on the flowers. So it's kind of setting you up to make you think that this is going to be some important plot point that's going to get addressed at some point in the game, but it just never does. It's just there. I don't know, maybe whoever wrote that probably forgot about it. And then they just and then probably they just left it in the game and forgot to take it out. Also, a weird shot of these bears that are fused to the tree. Kind of weird how that happened. And those bears also look like some of the what was it? The bears that Daniel liked in Life is Strange 2, because Daniel had like some toys of those bears, and I think one of his clothes or something that he wears at certain points in the game, I think has the bear on it too. So, but in any case, Moses shows up. Look at this. Max even points out the flowers. Points it out. Look at this. She points it out, and Moses does not even bat an eye. It's like, bruh, she's pointing the flowers out to you, and he doesn't even reference it. He just skirts right past it and just is like, bro, did you not register like the last 2 minutes where she was telling you about flowers, about these flowers here? Like, what? Whatever. So in any case, Max tells him about the her powers, and now Moses wants her to demonstrate her powers so that way uh, he can believe that she's telling the truth. Which, if you see here, uh, when she goes to the little waypoint here, you can see. Let me pause it. There you go. So the waypoint is right here. You could kind of see like the button prompt, so that way you can switch between the two timelines. But you also see Moses right here in the background, and he's looking directly at where Max is, like right where the portal, right where you could use the portal here to jump between the two timelines. So the game is confirming at this point that when you're doing this and people can see you doing it and see him reacting because he saw Max literally just poof out of thin air. Like she literally just disappeared right in front of him. Hence why he's like kind of shooken and like moving around because he doesn't know. Because he's like, shit, I was looking right at her and she just disappeared right in front of me. What the fuck? So he's a little freaked out. But that does prove in universe that when Max does this in front of people where people can see her, that people can see her pop in and out. Which yet again is a problem with some of the other areas where you could jump in and out, because a lot of them are in very clear view of a lot of people that can see you jumping in and out. But because the plot doesn't demand that these people notice, the people are just blind. Because the plot doesn't say that they're supposed to notice, so they just don't notice. Uh, I would have taken more care into placing where these jump points are supposed to be. So yeah, well, that's one of the gameplay mechanic issues that this game does suffer from. Because it'd be one thing if they never addressed it, but the fact that you're addressing it here and demonstrating it with this whole interaction between Max and Moses pretty much calls attention to everybody else that is able to see Max jumping between timelines, but nobody ever says anything or reacts to it. So kind of weird. So in any case, we do the demonstration, and now Moses 100% believes us. And now she explains the part of the original game with her time travel powers. So in any case, Max puts all the ability stuff out in the open with Moses. So Moses is on board here. So after Moses gets caught up on kind of what's going on here from Max, Moses is kind of now okay, I'm going to try to help you figure out what happened to Safi. I'm gonna try to see if I can help find out some information. But in any event, um, here we get this past image of Alderman that kind of just poofs in the middle of this scene. So why exactly this past Alderman even shows up here is kind of a mystery. Especially at this specific time. I don't know if they're probably supposed to be suggesting that around this time of day is when Alderman showed up to the crime scene to do his detective theorizing recording here. Because this is what he's doing. He's pretty much talking out loud on on the investigation and recording it on the little recording device in his hand here. But clearly, this happened in the past. Like, this happened at least, like, I want to say a couple of days ago. Like, probably within the couple of days that Max was apparently like locked up in her house and didn't want to going through her depression of finding Safi dead and pretty much excuse me locked up in her house for a couple of days. And the only reason we know that she was locked up for a couple of days is because I believe Amanda says it in her when she's talking with Max in Max's house. So, because God forbid text messages and stuff have dates and times on them, so we can figure out the fucking timeline of events throughout the whole fucking game. I'm sorry, but it's very clearly a very annoying, touchy subject uh, for me about this game. And then right on cue, present day Alderman shows up because he's suspicious about Max, so he pretty much like followed her um, to see, what she was up to, pretty much. I would also make the argument of if he was supposed to be following Max, was he intentionally like just chilling off screen the whole time that Max was doing like the demonstration and stuff for Moses? Like if he was chilling off screen, did he not see any of that? Like he doesn't mention any of it, so we can assume he didn't see anything, but I don't know. It just seems very convenient that he would show up at this exact moment for maximum dramatic effect. uh, but in any case, eventually, when he's about to take Max in to like question her a lot further, is when he notices his past self, which is still around right behind him. He notices it, so he's rightfully like confused at what he's seeing. And also, for some reason, it seems like the past version of Alderman also sees the present day version. So, so yeah, they see each other. Uh, for some reason, present day Alderman wants to touch his past self, which immediately bites him in the ass because now uh, they're kind of glued to each other because it's almost like they're because pretty much they are going to fuse kind of fuse together in a way, because that's kind of what's gonna happen after you make your choice here. Um, which these two choices really don't matter at all, because no matter what you choose, Alderman is gonna end up fusing with his past self anyway. So even if you try to save him, it doesn't matter. Um, if you try to save yourself, you get the funny scene of Max punching Alderman in the face to get him to let go of her, which is which as funny as that is to see Max punch the shit out of somebody, it's also blatantly uncharacteristic that Max would even do that. So so yeah, that's kind of odd. Um, but in any case, oh yeah. Oh, okay, so we do it. uh, okay. So we do. Oh, okay. We did it by accident. Oh, there we go. Boom! To punch him in the face. Uh, punch him in the face, and then they fuse together, and they pretty much disappear in this little ball of energy. Um, but yeah, so you find out pretty much later because Moses texts you later because he's trying to find out like what happened with Alderman there, and pretty much since his past and present selves uh touched each other, which forced them to fuse together, he pretty much got wiped out from existence. So yeah. So um the weird thing here is though that um does it say it in Moses' Texas? Oh no, he does remember what happened. Okay. Okay. So um Moses being able to still remember Alderman, even though uh through his research it show he does learn um that anyone who knew about Alderman pretty much like doesn't remember that he even existed. Like even his parents and stuff like don't like pretty much are like we never had like a son or anything like that. So, but how Moses remembers is a complete mystery. At least with Max, at least Max is consistent about being able to remember things um that don't exist anymore. Because when she does the whole the multiple different timelines that she makes in the original game, Max remembers all that stuff even when she rewrites the timeline and uh and makes that timeline not exist anymore. She still remembers everything she did within it. So her remembering Alderman is pretty consistent with all that stuff. But why Moses is able to still remember him is kind of a pretty big like mystery because they never explain like why. Like it's just Moses remembers because, and it's like, okay, but why? It doesn't matter because once Moses gives you all the text messages pretty much revealing the whole like nobody remembers him, he never existed type of thing. After that, Alderman is never brought up and never referenced ever again within the game after that. So yet again, Alderman becomes like a plot point that just gets dropped. And the whole um past and present versions of yourself like touching each other and then fusing together and wiping you from existence thing, that part is only used um to set up a situation to put Max in danger uh later towards the end of this episode, and that's pretty much it. So it's just something that they set up just to put uh to try to put some stakes for Max to worry about, and then they just pretty much drop it after that. So it's like, okay, what are we doing? So in any case, we go to Gwen to find out information about Maya because we've been hearing Maya's name and kind of seeing Maya's name around the school at some point. So a lot of people, uh, they're not blatantly talking about her, but when you bring up their name about her, then it's like, okay, there's some mystery about this girl. Um, which pretty much, uh, pretty much Maya is just pretty much supposed to be Double Exposure's version of Rachel in the original game, where you kind of like hear her name around, and then you start to like talk to people about her, and then you get like a couple of different stories and stuff about her from different people, like Gwen here, like like you could ask her about Maya. See, um, so now you dig a little deeper into like what you know about Maya and stuff, and then Gwen pretty much goes into a little bit more of a story, which this is pretty much her take on Maya here.
Understatement of the year.
Information.
The two of them were like the creepy twins in The Shining. You never saw one without the other. And that Ben Lang kid used to follow the two of them around like a lost puppy. But then Maya took her own life.
And that's what Sophie wrote about in her book?
Maya's death and everything around it. Her anger at her mom for even thinking of Caledon when she'd just lost a soulmate. Ultimately, I realized it wasn't worth putting Yasmin and Sophie through all that again. I made a call. I don't know if it was the right one. It's one I made.
Sounds like Yasmin.
Mm-mm. But yeah, uh, how much of what Gwen says here is with certain information that you learn later, some of Gwen's motivation to uh to kill Safi's book deal thing kind of gets put into question a little bit. So that part of things can kind of be taken with like a grain of salt a little bit. So so now we found out all that information from Gwen, and then what was it? The rest of the alderman texts come in from Moses here, and then there's not much in Gwen's room. Well, Gwen's office, because Living World Gwen uh is not at the school anymore because she's under investigation and can't be on campus. So her office is pretty much empty. So there's nothing really to find out in her Living World office. And then now we pretty much find Yasmin over here. Oh, we also find Loretta here. So you can kind of talk to her about some stuff. Um, Nothing really too impactful to anything that's going on, but it's like, hey, you could kind of interact with her. Oh yeah, there's also this little uh time booth thing that you could do, which is also kind of creepy because um you because you can like send a message to your I believe to yourself from the past, and then you could go to the other side of the booth and then hear from like the future
Essentially,
or
you
whatnot.
understand that not everything that happens is your fault.
No, technically it would be a corporate. Uh, it would be corporate's fault, pretty much.
Oh, okay, there you go. Hear from the past.
I know I should say something. It's just, it took me so long to get into the society. I'll be be damned if I quit because of one little comment. Still, if I don't speak up, who will? I swear, if it was anyone else in charge, I'd feel a little bit better about all this. I don't know.
The society. Was she talking about Abraxas?
See, that is a little... Because you could do this, like, a couple of times. No, she's going to say the same thing. But you could do this a couple of times in some of the other episodes, and you get different phone conversations from this. Which, do any of those phone conversations really mean anything? I don't know. Because there's a lot of plot points in this game that kind of just go nowhere. So it's kind of very tedious to sift through all the different like plot points that are brought up and then figure out which ones actually mean anything. And then which ones are just left to the side. So it gets pretty confusing, which is not the most ideal situation to be in, if I'm being honest. So after farting around for a while, now we actually talk to Yasmin, which is a little bit of small talk here, and then we get down to the okay, Maya is not a 100% subject, but we're pretty much just exhausting the different dialogue options. And a little thing of bringing up the book deal being canceled and Yasmin supposed to act like she's kind of shocked by it. And then now we bring up Maya. Which, okay. So one of the very few instances where we get a timeline of events so far, which is Maya's death happening 4 years before the beginning of the game. So, which, if we're going by certain ages for certain characters, during certain plot reveals, that could be kind of an issue. So, there's that. But in any case, you have Yasmin pretty much saying that Safi and Maya didn't really know each other, which we already know is a lie because we just talked to Gwen, and Gwen pretty much was telling us how close they were. So why would Yasmin be lying? I don't know. Well, we do get a slight hint about why she's lying later, but it's not a very defined answer. So that is a little bit of a cause of some issues. And she kind of points you into the direction of Vin a little bit. So now we gotta go talk to Vin. And then we have Amanda here for some reason, which is the only time that Amanda is uh, actually seen like in the school at all. Because from what we figure out, and from what the very limited information that we're told about Amanda, she does not seem like she's a student. Like, she just seems like she's a girl that like works at the bar. So I don't know if Amanda was meant to be a student that goes to the university, then they really did a very poor job of getting that across. If that was supposed to be the intention, then you kind of failed at putting that forward. But yeah, so after that very awkward conversation with Amanda about Maya, with Amanda acting very sussy, which don't worry, there's gonna be a reason for that. Which is actually a very good reason once they reveal why certain characters at certain points in the game kind of acted like off. There's a reason for that, and they will have an actual good reason. So, and then now we have to talk to Vin again, which for a lot of people that I know is one of the worst things to do in the game is have to talk to Vin. But in any case, we get some information from Vin about Safi and Maya. And obviously, Vin is very um, very closed off with the Maya subject. Like, it's not something that he wants to talk about a lot. So in any case, what he winds up doing Actually, a little tidbit here. You, because this happens with some of the collectible photos that you can find. The one little hint of where some of these photos come from is sometimes these photos actually have some colored text on them, which hopefully you can see here. And obviously, this one is colored blue. So you can reasonably figure out that this picture is supposed to have been taken from the dead timeline. Because remember, the dead timeline is always colored blue. So some of the pictures you could kind of figure out a little bit. But then there are others that don't even have a color, so you're kind of left like questioning on where the hell did these pictures even come from? But in any case, you get this. You overhear, "Hey, hot dog man." In any case, you overhear this conversation between Diamond and Vin, which they have like a little subplot that doesn't really go anywhere, which is pretty much Vin is the leader of this Abraxas society club thing, which is pretty much supposed to be this game's version of the Vortex Club from the original game. Except where the Vortex Club thing kind of served a purpose in the original game, the Abraxas Club in this game is pretty much nothing. There's setup that makes it seem like they're going to be important, but yet again, it's another like little plot point that they throw out there, and then they just leave it unresolved. Like it's just there, and there's no real point to it. It's not like you actually go to like an Abraxas Club meeting or like an Abraxas Club like club room or anything. But in any case, Diamond and Vin are a part of it, with Vin being like the club president. And Diamond wants to be club president, and there's an election coming up, so Diamond is trying to figure out some way to run against Vin and to like win against him. And it's like, okay, but what's really the whole point of it? Like, they spend a good amount of time on it, but yet again, it's one of those things that goes nowhere. So it's like, it kind of feels like you just wasted time on it. So you could kind of give Diamond some information about Maya to kind of get under Vin's skin or whatnot. So you tell Diamond this information. She could go to Vin with it, which she's gonna wait, so that way you're like not around, so that way Max doesn't get doesn't get like implicated in like she's the one that gave me this information thing. So you pretty much leave, right? Um, you could also talk to Vin a little bit like I did here, even though he still doesn't really give you any real information on Maya. The only thing that he does here is more of his flirtatious like sexual harassment stuff towards Max, like pretty much inviting her to go to the go to the bar with him and join him for some drinks. So he totally avoids like giving any real information and then just tries to continuously ask Max out. Which is like, bro, why don't you? He's very persistent. He does not give up. But in any case, we go to the other timeline. And then we see Diamond in the other timeline go to Vin to confront him here. And pretty much the Maya thing pretty much like rattles like Vin a little bit here. And then he pretty much reveals to Diamond that he lied in the statement to get his assistant job to Yasmin. And pretty much that Yasmin, because he says it here, right? Yep. Because he blatantly says it here, that after Maya died, Yasmin told me that if I stated on the record that Maya was troubled, which he went with that she had mental problems, that Yasmin would give me the job of being her assistant. Which also goes to show how much lying Yasmin is doing with the whole Maya thing. But and we get a little backstory on Vin here, which doesn't really matter, because he pretty much confesses that like he did it because he needed the money. He needed like a stable job because he doesn't come from a very like well-off position. So that's pretty much like why he did it. But yeah, so we gain that information from him. We could also jump back to the other timeline, and we can actually talk to Diamond about what happened. So, which pretty much makes Vin like step down from being the leader of Abraxas, which is like, which is like okay, who cares? So we go to the other world Vin and talk to him. And we use that information to get him to open up more about the whole Maya business. So he's still being a little dodgy, but he does give us information to talk to Lucas. So he does point us in the direction of like, well, Maya was in Lucas's class, so Lucas might know uh, some information. So, in any event, we finally finish up with Vin, and then now we go to Lucas. Which, to be fair, what we talk about with Lucas here is not really the biggest thing of importance. Like you could see it, that he actually goes through with the restraining order if you didn't send the picture to Safi of the restraining order. So you do find that out. But oh, and the fact that his book is going to be made into a movie. And that he's going to make the formal announcement to everybody during the Krampus party that is planned to be happening at the bar in like I think the next day or two, I believe. Yet again, the timeline of events in this game is very questionable. But we asked about Maya. He doesn't take too kindly to asking about her, and he completely shuts it down and pretty much like kindly asks us to leave. So now we have to go into the other timeline and go into also, this is really bad, by the way. Go into Lucas's office to investigate, to snoop around his office for information about Maya. And he's not there because he is, what does the paper say? There we go. That he's not going to be in his office because he's attending like a book event, right? So if he's attending a book event and he was not going to be in his office like all day, then why is his office door not locked? Like, why is Max just able to just walk right in? Like, look at that. She just walks right in. And it's not like I stole his key or anything like I did with the suitcase. So it's like, how the fuck did she get in? Like, that's very poor security for the teaching staff. Because it's also weird too, because when Gwen in the living world gets kicked out of the school, her office is locked. So you can't get in her office unless you can't get into Gwen's office unless you're in the other timeline where Gwen is in her office, and then that's the way you're able to excuse me, where you're able to jump to the other timeline and be in the other Gwen's office. That's the only way that happens. So how Lucas's office is just blatantly like unlocked and you could just walk in is kind of a weird plot hole moment. Kind of odd. Also, another collectible photo where you get in Lucas's office and you get the writing, but the writing is just in generic black lettering. So there's no colored lettering, so clearly this photo seems to not be related to either the dead or living timeline, because there's no like blue or orange or yellow lettering here. So so yeah. So yeah, that's kind of odd. But yeah, now you snoop around here, try to find out some information from, and you find the key for a secret thing of where, about stuff about Maya. So eventually we come across some stuff here, and there is some of this stuff that does have some stuff about Maya. See some like meetings and stuff that he's had scheduled here. And then we have some grade stuff. And then we have the obvious thing of some stuff with Vin, Safi, and Maya. So showing that they all went to had classes and stuff together. So cementing that connection, which isn't like the big revelation thing. but we find that the key we found on the desk with the photo goes to this very gaudy golden typewriter thing, and inside the little drawer is Maya's original manuscript for the book that Lucas got famous over. So pretty much what this proves is Lucas plagiarized Maya's book. And so we got a smoking gun on Lucas's wrongdoing here. And then we got a little thing with Yasmin and Safi. And then Safi is just very mad. At Max. Which in this instance where she says that she is upset that Max has been like talking to everyone about her stuff and pretty much be like, from her perspective, being nosy, because Safi doesn't know what's really going on. So from her perspective, Max is just being nosy, like going around talking to everyone and trying to like gain information for whatever reason. So Safi is just pissed off and mad here and doesn't want to really hear an explanation, really. Well, not at this point, anyway. See? Pretty much leave me alone. And that's pretty much like it for Safi at this point. So in any case, we decide to, I guess, drown our sorrows at the bar. And this is where Gwen is. So at this point, we could and then I forgot of this very annoying scene, because we get this very stupid tease, which yet again, if you're not gonna do anything with it, stop bringing it up, is right here. You see Max whoop out her phone, right? And then you see right underneath Amanda's number, right? You have Chloe's number. So clearly, Max still has some access to some contact with Chloe, because she still has her number. And then we get this fucking tease of Max legitimately thinking about giving Chloe a fucking phone call. And then we get this stupid explanation here of Max pretty much saying it's not up to Chloe to take care of her anymore. Okay. Okay. First of all, what did Chloe take care of Max in the original game? Yes. Was Chloe doing that through the entire game? No, because there were plenty of instances in the original game where Max was by herself. And last time I checked the Max, you were the one that was mostly taking care of Chloe throughout the original game. So I don't know where this revisionist history of that Chloe was pretty much like being characterized as your mother and pretty much hand holding you through the original game or something. Like, I don't know where any of that is coming from. It's just very, very it's just very, very frustrating. Cause if you did not want to have Chloe involved in the story of this game in any meaningful way, then you should have really just committed to having this game take place with the Chloe being dead ending. Because you're really bending over backwards in multiple ways to come up with reasons to keep Chloe away from this fucking game. And it's like, if you wanted to do that, then why didn't you just commit to doing the Arcadia Bay not being destroyed ending? Why didn't you just do that? Because a lot of the issues with this game, a lot of these issues would be immediately fixed by just not having her in it in any way. But yet again, this is the problem with trying to please both endings and not being able to commit to one or the other, and having this wishy-washy back and forth thing going on where we can't really commit to doing certain things because it has to fit both different endings. But in any case, we had a little update with Living Gwen about what's going on with her, and then now we're talking with Amanda here. Is this the? Oh no, she's just asking us to choose like a drink for her. Well, a drink for Max. Oh, and then this is I believe I know this is Triune's one of Triune's favorite scenes. Because this is the pretend concert that Amanda and Max like pretend to go out to. Which uh, which is a pretty like fun little scene. It is a fun little scene, but uh, uh, there you go, Try. It is my favorite scene in the whole game. Okay. But since we were going with not romancing anyone, we do not get the kissing option at the end of this whole pretend sequence. So that is not what happens here. At least for me. And Max actually having like weed is also kind of odd because Max doesn't smoke anything. Hey, I missed out by choice. Okay? I missed out by choice because I didn't wanna cause this she was the only choice. So if I was gonna get shafted in this whole game, then I was gonna refuse. I was gonna blatantly refuse any replacement that the game was gonna try to offer me. And it's like, no, I'm not going to do that. Even though Amanda is fun, she's a fine character in it of itself. In it of herself, Amanda is a fine, fun character. She's good. But the problem you set up with Amanda, which is an unwinnable situation, is you immediately frame Amanda as a Chloe replacement. Like immediately from the get-go, no matter what ending you're choosing, Amanda is framed as a Chloe replacement. No matter what. The only difference is if Chloe's alive, then it's a lot harder of a Chloe replacement. If Chloe is dead, then that's an easier Chloe replacement because then it's well, there's nothing you can really do to change that, so So it's like, okay, we can kind of do it. So one way is kind of more easier with Amanda than the other. But you already kind of put her in a negative position with the fan base already. And you also didn't give Amanda as a character enough of a role, of a meaningful role within the story of the game to potentially win over a lot of the fan base over to that side. Because aside from Amanda kind of being framed pretty much as the rebound girlfriend thing, because that's pretty much what Amanda is. She's the rebound girlfriend. That's pretty much how she's positioned, and overall what her role in the game is supposed to be is Max trying to find love again if you want to go down that route. That's what she's supposed to be. But as far as being a meaningful part of the main story of the game, Amanda is very disconnected from everything. Because she doesn't have any meaningful connections to Moses, to Safi, to Yasmin, to Lucas, to Vin. She is so disconnected from the main plot of the game that she is very borderline a pointless character, which is not great, like at all. As fun of a character as she was, I really wish they gave her more of an actual plot relevant purpose for her to be here. And let me catch up. Let me catch up here with some of the messages that you've been typing up here. Try, because I wanted to finish my thought before I lost it. Okay, so I think this one I think I already read. Okay, here we go. Because you say, Chloe is great, but Amanda, and then you say, you are correct that in the timeline of events that this game is presenting you, Chloe is the one that breaks up with Max to begin with, which we already went over in the last episode, how much of an asinine reason they gave for Chloe to even break up with Max to begin with. So the reason that they gave for Chloe was a very dumb and out of character reason to begin with. So we already went over that in the last episode and broke down how ridiculously stupid their breakup explanation even is. She may have been Mrs. Right, but Amanda is Mrs. Right now. See, that's the second half of that is a funny little joke there. And I would rebound her. I would rebound her all night long, respectfully, of course. Oh, and then this is a point you made about Amanda. For me, Amanda not having enough meaningful connections to everybody, and that is you said, I mean, she kind of has connections to them all through the turtle. Um, here's here's my counter to that. Here's my counter to that. Aside from the one interaction at the beginning of the game that Amanda has with Safi when she's bringing drinks to Max and Safi at the beginning of the game. What other interactions with any of the main characters besides Max does Amanda even have? Because she doesn't interact with Moses at all. There is no interaction with Moses, even though he is in the turtle at several points throughout the whole game. There's no interaction between these two. And there's also no other interaction with Safi and Amanda at all. So you only get one scene, and it's a very quick one. And in most of the scene, Safi doesn't even talk to Amanda, really. All she is reacting to the flirting that Amanda is trying to do with Max at the beginning. The only other character besides the one instance with Safi and all the interactions that Amanda has with Max, the only other character I can remember that Amanda talks to is Reggie, because he breaks a glass on the floor. That's it. And Reggie is already a very borderline pointless character already. Because the only purpose that Reggie even serves is bringing up the whole Abraxas Society thing with the whole puzzle box bullshit, which the only thing you get out of finishing the puzzle box is you get an Abraxas pin, which is supposed to prove that you're a member of the Abraxas Society and you're like accepted to be a part of the Abraxas Society, which none of that goes anywhere. So it's like, okay, you have the pin, you finished figuring out this two-part puzzle box to get this pin, and it serves no purpose. It doesn't do anything. You're not even physically wearing it on Max at all. Even though the only thing the pin does is when you're randomly walking around, certain students will comment that like, oh, Max is in the Abraxas Society, she's wearing the pin, even though she's physically you can't see it physically on her at all, but somehow she's supposed to be wearing it. And the only other thing that Reggie really does is present the idea of the multiple versions of yourself, where he's having the panic attack that he's like, oh, I saw another version of myself at the Overlook and stuff, and I ran away and stuff and all that stuff. Because he presents that idea, and then they go and use that idea for Alderman, where you see that actually happening with the whole Alderman thing. But then the Alderman thing just gets dropped immediately, and then we just don't speak of him ever again. Once Moses finishes up his investigation and tells Max through all his text messages. So oh, and Reggie is just is also Vin's rebound boyfriend. If Max is not pursuing a relationship with Vin, then you could push Reggie and Vin together, because Reggie has a crush on Vin for whatever fucking reason. So yet again, there is a lot of pointless characters in here that don't really serve any legitimate purpose to the main game. Like, there's a lot of what's the word? I believe the word is superfluous characters, which is not great. Especially when this game has way more limited amount of characters than the original game had. So you would think that since this game has less characters to work with, that they would make those characters mean more. But yet again, you're just having the same problem, but just with less characters. So you have even less of an excuse. So, and also we found another collectible photo, and this photo has what was it? Orange. I believe that's supposed to be like the orange text. So this photo is supposed to mean that this photo is supposed to be in the living timeline. So that's how that's supposed to work, because that's what these color coordinated stuff is supposed to mean. So I take it that that's supposed to be what it means as far as these photos go also. So so in any case, we have a little moment of calm. We're reflecting on that. And then we have Diamond and Reggie talking to each other again. which isn't really much going on here. The only real difference here is just furthering the whole diamond thing with Vin, and I believe a little bit of the whole hinting with Moses, with Diamond being interested in Moses and wanting to have a relationship with Moses, even though Moses is gay and in a current relationship with a guy named Tony, which is their conversation here on Instagram. But yeah. Also, this is another problem. Like I said, with the very bad placement of these timeline jumping puzzles. I mean, timeline jumping portals, not puzzles. The portals that enable you to jump between the timelines. Here's a group of people that are clearly playing like some game, right? They're playing a game here. And you have two people right here that are clearly able to look in this direction over here, right? See? You got these two people right there. Here's the portal. You jump. How did none of those people see you? Like, someone explain to me, how did none of those people see you? And also, how did Reggie not see you poof right into the other timeline as soon as you jumped in? Because he's sitting right there and can literally like see you in that direction. But yet again, like I said, for plot convenience sake, none of them see you. They're apparently blind, even though in all justification, these people are supposed to be able to see you. Because they're looking right in that direction. But for some reason, they don't. Because the plot does not demand that they do. But yeah. So we had a nice little talk with Reggie, which is just kind of updating him on the whole like panic attack thing and making sure he's like okay. Okay, we can't really talk to Amanda. And then now we have this moment with Vin at the bar. Because this is the dead world, by the way. So Vin's over here drowning his sorrows in the liquor. So Max begrudgingly joins him for drinks here. So Vin starts doing his whole like flirtatious bullshit again. Um, tries to attempt to cheer Max up because Max being upset that Safi is mad at her and doesn't want to talk to her and everything. And Vin is trying to cheer her up by telling her that A, Safi is obsessed with you. She'll be fine. You know, she'll talk to you eventually. She's just mad right now. So it'll pass and she'll like talk to you. So one of the rare humbling moments for Vin in the game. But in any event, you find out more about how his relationship with Safi really was a little bit. And then now you bring up Maya. And you pretty much like he kind of goes over for the most part what happened with during the Diamond and him conversation. He pretty much goes over a little bit of that over again, but goes into a little bit more personal detail into that. As far as his whole like money thing and not being that well off and taking the opportunity that Yasmin gave him to lie on the police, lie to the police about the thing. Oh, here's a big note here. Look at that. Amanda doesn't even say anything. That's the closest interaction Amanda even gets with Vin. Is just look at him, be like, nah, I'm good. And then just walk away. She doesn't even say a line to him. Like at all. It's kind of funny. And then this begins the whole smash or pass game that Vin wants to play now. So this is a little thing where Vin starts presenting you with names of characters and pretty much asks you, do you want to smash them or pass? And throughout my playthrough, which you can kind of see in the background here, I'm pretty much passing on literally everybody. Like, I'm pretty much refusing to play Vin's game at all. Because remember, too, we don't have a choice in playing this smash or pass game. We're just forced into it. So as a way of protesting playing this stupid game with Vin, I'm just like, you know what? I just pass everybody. Like, I'm not even gonna feed into your stupid sexual harassment game that you're playing right now. I'm just gonna pass everything. Like, that's pretty much it. What makes this game even more awkward, the Smash or Pass game. After the Smash or Pass game is done, this is where you get the opportunity to kiss Vin if you've been like reciprocating the advances that he's been making on Max through pretty much the entire game up until this point. So it's at that point, if you've been playing along with his horny nature, then this is the moment where you gain the whole cementing your relationship with Vin if you so choose to go down that route. I don't know why anyone would genuinely go down that route, but okay. Also, to make matters worse, because see, it's at this point where you'll get like the kissing opportunity right here, because you notice Vin is like moving himself closer. So it's like, okay, we're clearly setting that up here. Which is also weird because I don't understand why I'm getting this choice to begin with. Because every time he's been making a pass at me throughout this whole playthrough, I've been rejecting him. So I don't even know why it even gave me this choice to begin with. Maybe it has something to do with some of the miscellaneous favors that you can help him with. Like probably his thing with Diamond where he was thinking that Diamond stole his phone. Maybe because I helped resolve that situation. Even though he tried to reward me with a date after that, which I rejected, so apparently it still counts. The package thing, where if you bring him like his mail for the package that he had in the mail, that he is too damn lazy to get off his ass from his desk and walk down the little tiny hall to the mail room that's right there to pick up his own fucking package. I don't know. Maybe because I did those things, it was enough to give me this fucking option to fucking kiss this guy. Which obviously I don't do. Because it's Vin, ill. And to make matters worse, by the way, I'm waiting to see because it has to show a specific angle, so that way I can give more of a point here. Here we go. I forgot you could just take an awkward picture of the man drinking here. Is this. Here's the thing. If you do take the opportunity to kiss Vin, Amanda is standing right here. And if you started trying to do a relationship with Amanda in the dead world, in the Dead World version, right? If you started doing your relationship with Amanda, Amanda tells you that you need to take a break, uh, like to put a hold on your relationship right now because she's more concerned about Max's like at the time her depression and sadness over Safi being killed. So she puts the relationship on hold if you started one. And then when you're in the living timeline where Safi's alive, then you can keep that relationship going, and that's where you get the whole pretend concert moment, and then you get the opportunity to kiss Amanda during the end of that whole pretending sequence thing, which so if you kiss Vin here, Amanda is right here. If you were in a relationship with Amanda and Amanda put it on hold out of concern for Max, then this really makes Max seem this actually makes Max a real bitch and a real scummy person to mac up with Vin here in full view of Amanda, and it's pretty much like rubbing it in Amanda's face pretty much the whole like, well, if you put our relationship on hold, then I'm just gonna jump on this guy over here and kind of rub it in your face by making out with the guy in full view of you. Which, to be fair, by the end of the game, Amanda will call Max out on that whole situation. If you've gone through a playthrough where you've been in a relationship with Vin in one timeline and continuing a relationship with Amanda in the other timeline. So, one of the very few games that the game does address. So that can be something that does get brought forward. But it still makes the fact that that's a choice is yet again a really scummy thing to have Max do, and is extremely out of character for Max to be doing. So it's like, I don't know, man. It's just very, very weird. There's way too many out of character moments that you can have Max do, which is, I don't know, it just rubs me the wrong way with a lot of this stuff. So in any case, you get back to Max's house and someone has broken into her house. And potentially maybe left, because the back door is just wide open here. But in any case, as you can see, a lot of the stuff is just thrown around. Funny little illustration that Max draws in her journal there, by the way. But all this stuff is tossed around. We also have the Arcadia Bay stuff that's just thrown across the floor here, showing no fucking respect. Like, come on. A lot of these mementos here are either from very crappily explained, very shitty explained breakup situations, and a couple of dead people. So very disrespectful on that end. Oh, and then you find out that whoever broke in is still here, and they're in the basement area. Oh yeah, and there's my cat. Cause this is the cat I chose for the cat DLC. So if you have the cat DLC, then a cat would be here. But if you don't have the cat DLC, then there is absolutely no cats around here. You just take a picture of the cat. Fucking ask the cat, did you see who came in? There's also a very good reason why the cat is kind of a little hostile to Max. There's a reason for that, which will get revealed later. Well, in a few minutes once we actually go downstairs. And then we got everyone tossed. Look at this. They tossed out Max's clothes everywhere. All this shit is all over the place. Did they fuck up the picture wall? It doesn't look like it. They did take off Chloe's photo for some reason. I don't know why, but whatever. Yeah, Max. Wishing Chloe was here to use some of her courage. Yeah, right? Then I don't know why you didn't call her earlier at the fucking turtle when you had the opportunity, right? Okay. But in any case, does she say anything? Oh yeah, she does say something. Okay, that this whole situation of breaking into Max's house and pretty much ransacking the place would piss Chloe off, and she would want to get some payback on whoever did it. Like, that is not just a Chloe thing, Max. I think that is a pretty normal reaction from finding your home broken into. Just saying. I don't think Chloe would be alone in wanting a payback on someone for that. Oh, and here's another hidden photo, and this one is from the dead timeline because of the blue writing. And then in any case, we go downstairs, and then we pretty much spoil who um uh who the person that broke in is. Which it turns out to be another version of Max. So there are two Maxes, and this other Max broke into Max's house looking for something. Which also explains why the cat is a little hostile towards Max, because this other Max just ransacked the place. So the cat, being confused, is like, I don't know why my current owner here is flipping the fuck out and acting crazy here. So from the cat's perspective, yeah, the cat would be uh, pretty hostile and cautious at Max at this point. And then obviously other Max just runs the fuck away. And then we chase after them. Which these running animations are actually pretty funny. And then you scratch your face by not paying attention and the branch smacking you in the face. And then go across this log, which is giving me True Colors flashbacks. And then it falls and they fall onto the ledge, which kind of sprains their ankle. So now they're limping. And then you have to find your way across by just going in and out of the different timelines and follow the other Max to where they are, which turns out that they're over here. They're pretty much just underneath this bridge here, which we're obviously in the other timeline, which is why they're not here. But this little thing is like I believe this is supposed to be like the Abraxas symbol. So yet again, they're like throwing these hints at like this Abraxas thing, like kind of being a thing. But yet again, they never really do anything with it. Like anything of actual purpose and substance, they don't do anything with. So in any case, so we go over here, go into the other timeline, and then we finally confront this other Max, who tries to run away again, but you can't go anywhere because there's pretty much a cliff there, so it's like, where the fuck are you even gonna go now? I do love Hannah Tell's performance with the other Max, because she pretty much plays other Max like the evil Max in the original game, when Max is in her nightmare sequences that she's going through, and she encounters the evil Max in the diner, and she talks to her. Like, that's pretty much what Hanatel is, how Hanatel is playing the other Max, is pretty much sounding like and acting like that evil Max, like pretty douchebaggy and like assholey. So that's pretty much what she's doing. It's a pretty fun performance to see Hanatel trying to see Hanatel acting like a villain, like an asshole. Like, it's kind of funny. But in any case, this is the whole resolution of the point of the whole Alderman thing with the past and present version and not touching each other thing. This was the purpose that it set up, was because Max doesn't want her to touch each other, and then Max goes to fall, and then other Max tries to grab her to try to keep her from falling, but they both end up falling onto this iced up lake. So very lucky that they didn't just fall through the fucking ice. But see, you have Max checking herself and being like, okay, I didn't disappear. So immediately, that whole setup is already done. So that was the purpose of it. Here's where what they were using it for, and then it's immediately disregarded and not going to get brought up ever again. And then other Max very stupidly tries to walk and falls through the fucking ice. And then regular Max goes to pull her out of the water, which thankfully she didn't immediately drown, considering she has a sprained ankle. And then the lake starts to break, and obviously they're not going to be able to get away from that. So Max decides to do what she did with the telescope and switch the frozen lakes between the two timelines. So now this lake is completely ice solid now. Again. So now they can easily get away. But other Max ends up passing out after asking what the fuck did Max even do. And then we get the big plot twist that other Max was Safi the whole time. Which means that Safi has powers and is and is a shapeshifter. Okay, so let's see. Uh, so 71% of people uh, took the opportunity to kiss Amanda. For me, I'm in the what was it, 17% that just didn't get the opportunity. So there's that. And then you have, what was it, 32% of people that kissed Vin. So there that goes. But yeah. So in any event, we got uh, episode 4, which episode 4 starts with Safi in and Max back in Max's house, with each of them getting like a change of clothes because all their clothes are soaking wet. And you got Safi recovering here from her sprained ankle, which she pretty much used a bag of peas as like an ice pack, which is pretty funny. But yeah, now we get like the big exposition scene. Which is pretty much summed up as Max explaining to Safi what's really going on, the fact that you're dead. I have these powers, and then pretty much Safi explaining how her shape-shifting powers work and stuff like that. Ooh. And also giving a vague explanation on how Safi got her powers, which pretty much amounts to what was it? Safi having the pressure that her mother like put on her and stuff, and Safi just wanting to be like anyone else, and somehow that manifested into her shape-shifting powers. So in any case, we also tell Safi about all the investigations that we're doing because we're trying to solve what happened with your book and everything from the other timeline where you're dead and all that stuff. And I'm trying to figure out how you to prevent why would I have a reason to kill you? Because Safi also brings up the photo of Max with a gun. and pretty much the fact that the reason why Vin was acting weird in one episode is because, see, bringing up the gun photo, is because Safi was Vin when Vin was trying to get into the forgot his phone password. Turns out that was Safi. And then Amanda being on campus for whatever reason and acting weird during that conversation. Turns out that was Safi also. So yeah. So we pretty much hash out like all our informations to each other and pretty much put like all our cards on the table. Giving a demonstration of how Safi's powers work pretty much. Which to be fair, their explanation at the very least with Safi's powers does give Safi limitations to her powers, because shapeshifting can be a hold on, because this scene I really like, so let me finish my thought real quick. Because shapeshifting can be a very overpowered power if you don't put limitations on it. Because at that point, then Safi can turn into anybody, right? Like theoretically, she could turn into anybody, whether they're like alive, whether they're dead, like it doesn't matter. But thankfully, they put restrictions on her powers, which is pretty much the only people that excuse me, that Safi can turn into has to be people that she has met. Like she has had to like legitimately like meet these people and have had some interaction with them. Like she has to meet them. So which is good because yet again, adding limitations to that power to keep it from being overpowered. Because you know, if you don't put those restrictions, then Safi can turn into like any celebrity or something and just, you know, never get caught or whatever for anything. So, like if they really wanted to, if they really wanted to drive the Chloe knife deeper into everyone's hearts, if Safi didn't have that limitation, then theoretically she could have just turned into Chloe from just looking at any of the pictures that Max has of Chloe around. If they really wanted to be like assholes about it. But thankfully, with those restrictions that they put on Safi, it makes her doing that entirely impossible for her to do. because obviously Chloe's not around, so Safi cannot meet her, so Safi wouldn't be able to turn into her. But here's this scene. What was it? The Arcadia Bay explanation scene that Max gives, which I do love. Hannah Tell's performance during this scene. It is genuinely one of the scenes that gave me some legitimate emotion to it, and pretty much all of that has to do with Hannah's acting for getting Max's feelings and her lines across.
I saw an article about Arcadia Bay in your memories box. That was a freak storm.
I was the freak, and I was the storm. My powers went haywire, and I had a choice. Save the town, or save the girl that I chose her, the blue-haired girl. Hearing her, seeing her get shot in a dirty high school bathroom. I couldn't live with that. So, I undid it. And a whole town died. I didn't dare use my powers again. Not till I got here. When other you died,
Oof. Okay.
I learned that
Woo!
my powers have changed.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Okay. So let that go through. Oh boy. Ah. Okay, at least now I need to legitimately blow my nose because of the performance and the scene and the emotion coming from that. But in any case, also one thing of criticism though that I would give that scene is when Max does this line, cause when she's talking about Chloe, justifiably the camera cuts to a picture of Chloe. Whether it's this picture, the Life is Strange 2 inspired picture, or if Chloe's dead, then it's the solo Polaroid picture of Chloe. So either way, during this moment, the camera, pans over to the picture. Now, when she gets to talking about the consequences of the town and the people dying in the town, right? To be fair, when it cuts to this picture should have been Joyce. It should have been the picture of Joyce that Max has. Because this lady doesn't make sense. Because when Max, because you can have Max talk about like the different photos that are on her photo wall. And when Max talks about this photo, this is not even somebody that was even in Arcadia Bay. This is somebody that Max took a picture of during her travels when she's been going across the country taking pictures of like different locations and things. So her talking about Arcadia Bay getting destroyed and the camera cutting to this random woman's photo really makes no sense. This really should have been Joyce's picture. So that way this moment hits as much as I believe they were trying to intend for this scene to hit. But since this isn't Joyce's photo and it's just some random lady, it doesn't really hit as hard. Like at all. So definitely a criticism that, you know, they should have definitely fixed that up a little bit because it kind of sticks out there. But in any case, Safi finishes like telling Max that the plagiarism with Lucas and the fact that Lucas did the plagiarism when Maya was still alive and Lucas refused to stop even though Maya begged him to stop doing it. But since he didn't and pretty much everyone was covering up for him, that is why Maya pretty much killed herself because nobody was helping her at all. So now, oh yeah, and also Safi was Gwen who was dealing the drugs to students. And she was also Lucas when he was the one, she was the one that turned into Lucas and caused his relationship with his son and everything to be strained, and those issues that Lucas is having with his son. So pretty much Safi has been getting uh, revenge for Maya by going after everybody who played a part in covering up for Lucas's uh, oh, excuse me. For Lucas's plagiarism. So she's been doing all that. Hence the Vin thing, the Gwen. Obviously, Lucas is a given. Amanda had nothing to do with anything. The only reason Safi turned into the only reason Safi turned into Amanda was to try to find out what Max is doing, like talking to all these people. Especially Safi's mom at the time. But now um pretty much Max and Safi come up with a plan to uh use the evidence that they both have gotten to expose Lucas for his plagiarism during the Krampus party. So, which is Max coming up with the idea here. Um, so, so that's pretty much what they're gonna do. They're gonna uh, bring all their information together. Excuse me. And then go to the Krampus party, which again is at the bar, and expose Lucas from there. So, in any event, Safi put everything on a USB. So now we have to come up with a plan to switch out the USB for with the projector before the whole presentation starts. So pretty much we find we have to like recruit certain people to try to help us. In this case, we do get Gwen on our side. So Gwen actually can try to help us out. The key word there is try. And then in the main case, Safi is also gonna go to Vin to try to get Vin to help us out also. So we have to get Reggie away from the projector, so that way we can do what we gotta do. And we also obviously need Moses' help because he's the tech guy, so we need someone on the inside that's willing to help us with the whole Lucas thing. So we go through a whole little rigmarole to get Moses to be the one in charge of the projector, which is a pretty long sequence, which involves like a little bit of like puzzling around and stuff to get that stuff going, and involves us like jumping around back and forth between the two timelines at the bar here. So either way, we're just doing way more than than's actually necessary. But in any case, we got Vin on our side. So in any case, we got Lucas is kind of getting worried and is thinking about backing out of making the presentation and stuff anyway, which is announcing his whole movie deal for his book. So now we have to try to convince him to go through with the presentation. So the idea with Safi is she obviously can't talk to Lucas because they both hate each other. So she decides to turn into Loretta to try to convince Lucas. So pretty much you have to go to the patio. Hey, look, another living timeline collectible photo. So we go to the patio, and then we have to help Safi here convince Lucas to go through with the presentation. So needless to say, we convince him to go through with it. So the plan is still a go. He puts his coat on his jacket, and we find that he is carrying a gun in his pocket, which is supposed to be for good luck because it's his dad's gun. Why you would bring a gun as a good luck charm, I have no fucking clue. I think he could have brought something of his dad's that's a lot less problematic to be walking around with, let's say. But in any case, Max is worried because, she has a gun and, she's meant to shoot Safi at some point. So to make Max more comfortable, Safi's like, you know what, just give me the gun, I'll hold on to it. So now the presentation gets underway, and then now Moses starts playing the presentation that we made. So Vin is like playing along with us, and now we're pretty much exposing his plagiarism because now we have both copies of his book and Maya's manuscript here. So we're pretty much, exposing what he's doing, well, what he did, and continues to do, because he's still making money off this fucking book. Because he's getting a TV deal, so clearly he's still exploiting the shit out of this girl. So in any event, he pretty much threatens Vin off to the side, so that makes Vin stop helping us right now. So Vin excuses himself, and then now Lucas tries to gaslight everything. But instead, we get Gwen here that actually like steps up to make an attempt to corroborate the evidence that we're presenting. So she's trying to support us because she also admits that she was involved in the cover-up, so she's trying to lend some credibility to the evidence that we're presenting. But in any case, Lucas is playing extreme gaslighting to make it seem like Gwen is not telling the truth and she's pretty much just lying to try to take Lucas down with her, since Gwen is already like being investigated and got fired and everything from her teaching job and everything. So he's trying to frame it as Gwen is just mad, so you're trying to frame me for something and stuff. So Gwen's thing doesn't really pan out as well to help us. So he continues the gaslighting to everybody, and Safi's like, everything's falling apart, like, how we're gonna fix this. And then now you can try to tell her to go confront him on her own as herself, or to impersonate Vin and go up there and continue with the whole song and dance routine that that Vin was doing. But for me, for my playthrough, one of the whole morals of Safi's story was Safi to stop hiding behind other people, which is pretty much like metaphorically what she's doing when she's turning into these different people, and confront her problems as herself and try to get things done as herself. And this is pretty much what I did with Safi, because I'm like, girl, go up there on your own. Which does work out, because it does work, and he does get fully exposed, and everyone turns against him and all that. But one of the things that that I do question during this scene is what is it? When because she brings it up here. Where's the because there you go. Because Lucas says here, and what about you? If what I did was really so bad, you would have said something back then. Why didn't you? And Safi's answer is actually pretty piss poor, to be fair. Which is this, because this line is actually really stupid. Her excuse was she was a child. Now let's think about this. I don't believe we have a concrete statement on how old Safi is supposed to be, but from the information that from earlier, the whole Maya situation happened 4 years ago, right? 4 years ago. So if, for argument's sake, let's say Safi is roughly around the same age that Max is, right? And Max is almost 30 years old, right? That would make Safi roughly about 24, maybe 25 when the Maya thing happened. That does not sound like a child, like at all. So Safi's explanation here is really, really stupid. I don't know. All it really does is play into the fact of one of the main reasons Safi's even doing this is clearly because of massive, obviously from massive guilt over not doing anything to really help Maya back then. Obviously. I'm just saying that her explanation as to why she didn't help Maya to be back then to begin with is a very stupid explanation. It pretty much amounts to the writing team got nothing, so we're just gonna write a very piss poor explanation here and call it a day. An explanation that doesn't even make sense. Cause it's like here's the issue too. The explanation of her being a child kind of suggests that was the writing team or whoever wrote that explanation, were they under the impression that we're dealing with like high school students? Because it's like, we're not dealing with high school students. We're dealing with grown ass adults. These girls, Safi in particular, has already graduated from this university. She's supposed to be like a kind of like a teacher or something. Like that's kind of what she's kind of supposed to be. Like she's not actually a student. So I don't know what the writing team was even thinking here. Because it's like, guys, you're dealing with adults. You're not dealing with a bunch of high school students. Maybe if they were high school students, you could get away with that shitty explanation, but not here with these grown ass fucking adults. But in any case, Lucas confronts Safi, and he's pretty much gonna tell her the entire conspiracy, like everything, who's involved, what everyone did, like all that stuff. So she goes to see him privately. So pretty much we just check in with everyone and just like kind of like fart around, right? And then we also get this funny glitch here where Gwen is supposed to be on her cell phone, but she has no cell phone in her hand, which is pretty funny. But in any case, we check in with everyone, and we even check in with the Otherworld version of Moses. And then Lucas comes back, but Safi is not with him. And Max is like, where's Safi? And Lucas is pretty much like, hey, you have no idea what you just like caused. And then now we get a situation here where everyone is being affected by pretty much from what you can determine from what they're saying, pretty much affected by Safi. So we pretty much go out of the I was about to say Black Lantern, wrong bar, from the Snapping Turtle, and pretty much everyone on campus is being affected by the same thing. And also the tornado has finally appeared. So there's that. So now we have to find Safi. And the whole reason people are being affected by their heads with like headaches and stuff is because the way Safi's powers work to turn into people is because she has to kind of like reach into a person's like head pretty much, because technically what Safi's powers really does is she's technically not physically turning into another person. Technically what her powers is that she's manipulating people's brains and affecting how people's brains are perceiving what Safi looks like. That's technically how her powers work. So she's technically not physically turning into other people. It's just her messing with people's minds and how they perceive what she looks like. And this is why like everybody is being affected like mentally, and why they're expressing Safi's like thoughts and stuff. And obviously we find her here with the gun pointed at her mother, which pretty much reveals that her mother was the main mastermind of the whole conspiracy. So Lucas obviously did the plagiarism, but when Yasmin found out, instead of, justifiably like probably like kicking him out and exposing the fact that he's like plagiarizing a student, instead she just goes along with it and concocts this whole conspiracy thing that ropes in Vin into the conspiracy and ropes in Gwen into the conspiracy and all that stuff. So that's pretty much what Lucas told Safi, and pretty much like exposed the entire thing to her of what really happened and who was really the architect of this whole cover-up thing. And also, this also confirms that the tornado in this game represents Safi's powers going out of control. because the storm only appeared now that Safi is emotionally compromised because of her finding out the whole truth and being emotionally unstable with all that information that she learned. So because of that, her powers are going haywire and she's losing control of it, and this is why the storm shows up. Because it's supposed to be a consequence of her powers going haywire. Is that a good explanation on why the storm is even a part of this game? For me, not really. I think you could have had her powers going out of control and not having the storm be involved in the story, but yet again, we have to. One of the problems with the game is we are treading so closely with the blueprint from the original game that it feels very cookie cutter and it feels very copy and paste, and it's very and also the fact that you're also recycling plot points from the comic book, which the comic book is also supposed to be a continuation of the original game, with the only difference being is that the comic book actually commits to one of the endings instead of trying to do both at the same time. Or, let me rephrase. Unlike this game, who's trying to please both sides. Let's put it that way. But yeah. So anyway, her powers are going out of control. We're trying to calm down Safi so that way she doesn't shoot her mother. Which yet again, why is this even a choice? Like, why would you try to tackle someone that has a gun pointed at someone else? Like, why would you, like, tackle them and risk the gun going off and the person that you're trying to save get hurt or getting yourself hurt in the process, pretty much? Like, this is a pretty dumb choice anyway. So in any case, we try to talk her down. Doesn't really work, because she ends up shooting her mother in the shoulder anyway. To be fair, though, no matter what you choose, she shoots her mother in the shoulder anyway. So that doesn't, you can't change that anyway. So in any case, Max comes up with the bright idea of going into a photo and the photo turns out to be the photo of the owl on the statue that Max takes at the beginning of the game, which is which is okay. Problem is though, from the angles and stuff from the photo here that you can see, there is no clear reflection of Max in this photo. Because we don't get a very good look at this photo to begin with, which is a problem. Excuse me. Because remember, how Max's powers work for the picture is she has to be in the photo for her to be able to jump into it. I'm guessing the assumption is that Max's reflection is supposed to be in the statue when she's taking the picture. Problem, excuse me. Problem is though, we don't get a clear picture of this picture to confirm if there's a reflection in it or not. So this could be a potential plot hole. So I don't know. Unless somebody, oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Unless somebody can maybe on the PC version of this game, maybe they can get into the like data mine the game and go into the assets and find this picture, like the assets for this picture. Excuse me. And get a clearer version of this picture so we can figure out if Max has a reflection in this picture or not. Because remember, the butterfly picture in the original game has Max's reflection on the bucket. So, and in the original game, we have several opportunities to look at the photo and confirm that the reflection is in the bucket. Problem is, in this game, this is the first time that we're seeing this photo after Max took it. So we do not have any moments in the game where we can see this photo before. So we can't really examine the photo to confirm one way or the other. So maybe if people can data mine it and get a clearer picture of this picture, then it's kind of left up as a potential plot hole. But I'm not 100% confirming it as a plot hole because we don't have enough information to make a concrete guess on that. So in any case, we go into the photo. The storm pretty much followed us through the photo. And also, Safi is here. Because we were holding on to Safi when we jumped into the photo. So, oh, excuse me. So apparently, if Max is holding on to somebody when she jumps into the photo, apparently that means she can take them with her. What is on Safi's phone? It's a screensaver of something, but I can't really make out what it is. Doesn't really matter because she tosses the phone to the side anyway. She still has the gun in her hand too. And this is where we get the moment where Safi is telling us that she's going to give us the gun so that way Max can shoot her. Because since her powers are going out of control, Safi feels that the only way to fix this is for Safi to die. So, hence why Max has the gun and why Max shot Safi at the beginning of the game. Because, see, now Safi takes the photo for whatever reason. The only real reason Safi even takes the photo in this scene is just to explicitly point out to the audience that yes, this is the moment that the photo was supposed to be taken in. But you could also make a couple of people do make the argument that the photo doesn't make sense because everything is different. My explanation, how I see it, is because of Max changing up the events of how things happened, and because that Max knows what's going on and everything and doing her investigating and all that stuff, she changed the original sequence of events that were supposed to lead to that photo, and for the photo to come out the way it did. Because if you remember, in the photo, when she jumps into it, Safi is casually sitting on the bench the whole time. So clearly the chain of events that led to that photo were uh, were different in some ways to what ends up happening here at the end of the game here. But the main explanation is still the same, that Safi's powers go out of control, and Safi wants Max to kill her, so that way the powers will stop going out of control because she's dead. Which means the tornado will go away and all that stuff. So that's what Safi's assuming is gonna happen. But in any event, Max refuses to shoot her. And decides to throw the gun into the tornado for whatever reason. Which I always found funny. What would have happened if the tornado would have just spun the gun back out and it would have just smacked them in the head or something? But also, I really love this line where Safi asks Max, "What the hell are you doing?" And Max literally just says, "I have no idea, kind of making it up as I go." If there was any line in this game that sums up this entire game, is pretty much Max saying, "I'm kind of making it up as I go." Because at this point in the story, it does kind of feel that a bunch of the writing for this game does feel like people are just making it up as they go along at certain points. But in any event, Max decides to grab Safi and both of them go into the tornado. And yay, you have the double moon reference from the original game. Does it really mean anything? No, not really. Like, at all. It's just pretty much a reference to the original game just to have a reference to the original game, and there's no meaning behind it, really. The only thing that they really try to give it is just have the moons colored to kind of represent both timelines, but it's like, guys, you have enough references and allusions to the original game. I think you don't need to aggressively put in so many, especially at the end of the game here. And don't worry, they aggressively put in way more at the end. Like, the double moon thing is small potatoes to everything else that they do. But in any event, we're inside the tornado, and I guess the inside the tornado is a version of the campus. So in any event, you meet Diamond here, who is confused at what the fuck is even happening. And Diamond is fully conscious about all the weird shit that is even happening here. So Diamond goes into the school, and and you go to follow her. You go to follow her, and instead of winding up in the offices and stuff like you're supposed to, instead you're on the roof of the observatory. So yeah, very weird shit. And then you get a weird cameo text from Warren, which is like, okay. And then you got Moses acting weird. And what you end up having to do is you're going to have to take a picture of Moses and do a double exposure photo image to separate Moses from a piece of Safi. Because pretty much what you figure out is that to fix this whole storm business, you have to kind of reassemble Safi in a way. And to do that, you have to get these pieces of Safi out of certain people by doing this little picture thing here. So in any event, you free Moses, so Moses is back to normal. So now you pretty much tell Moses, all right, I'll see you later. I'm working on trying to figure out a way out of here for everybody. So Moses is pretty much gonna hand tight here, and then you get this very, very blatant reference.
Same exact words.
Where? This isn't Caledon. This is Blackwell Academy. Chloe was shot here. I listened to it happen. You don't know who the fuck I am or who you're messing around with. Where'd you get that? What are you doing? Chloe! Come on, put that thing down! Don't ever tell me what to do. I'm so sick of people trying to control me.
You are going to get in hella more trouble for this than drugs.
Nobody would ever even miss your punk ass, would they?
Get that gun away from me, psycho!
No! Maybe Sophie's right. Maybe we are cursed. Cursed to relive our worst moments over and over again. I had a chance to save Chloe from this bathroom, from Nathan's gun, and I did. And dozens of people died instead, to my Storm. Well, joke's on you, Storm. If you don't think I play out this moment in my head every day, then you don't really know me.
And yay, another Victoria text message cameo, and another one from Kate. So you get a Kate cameo. So that's sweet. Yet again, you also have like the very obvious, blatant reference to the entire bathroom from Blackwell here. And obviously Safi and Max reenacting the whole Nathan uh, holding up Chloe with the gun in the bathroom, which it is fun having yet again Hanatel trying to be like an evil, trying to be evil Max here. Which her performance was pretty funny there, with her trying to act like Nathan with reciting his lines. But yet again, but also having Safi reciting Chloe's lines in a very sadly missed like, how do I say it? The performance in that scene was pretty bad as far as Safi goes. I would have personally had her redo those lines and do another take, because those takes were not great. They sounded more like Safi was reading the lines and not actually really acting those lines out. And it also comes off even worse if you actually play those scenes back to back from the original game and this game. It becomes even more obvious how badly acted those lines are done. So, which yet again is a shame, because for the most part, Safi is acted pretty well throughout the game. So it's pretty, it sticks out even more where in this instance she has a pretty bad performance. So it just makes it stick out even more. So I would have just, as I said, just re-recorded those lines and did another take. But for all I know, they didn't have the time to redo it. So we're left with the take that we got, unfortunately. In any case, we also have this final. Is this the final? I think this is the final the final collectible Polaroid that you can get in the game. And this is also the only entirely new voice line that Chloe gets in the entire game. And keep in mind too, this voice line is a what if like nightmare sequence photo, so it's not real in any way, but it's also a the only like original line that Chloe gets in the entire game. So it's also not a very happy one either.
this Polaroid.
Okay, here we go.
Max and Sophie? Not Max and Chloe? So, that's it then? We're done?
Sophie's cooler than you ever were.
Cause she drives a Porsche?
Because she has powers. This is so fucked up. I would never.
Oh boy. Anywho. Did that photo actually have the correct date on it though? Yes. It actually does have the correct date. Cause obviously this is supposed to be the photo of the Vortex Club party. That happens at towards the end of episode 4 of the original game. And that is also the correct date. Because, excuse me. Because episode 4 does, of the original game, does take place on the 10th, on October 10th of 2013. So, that part is actually correct. So they actually did, at the very least, get that the Vortex Club party is supposed to happen on that day. So in any event, we kick through the stalls of the bathroom, and that leaves us back at the bowling alley. Which has a giant, a big sakura tree growing out of it. Which is also supposed to be Maya's tree. So that's supposed to be the tree that that they dedicated to Maya after she died. Well, after she killed herself. But in any case, you have to figure out a way to get downstairs. Which you have all the plushies, all the little plushies and stuff, blocking the actual stairs. So you have to figure out a different way. And then you have the go fuck yourselfie reference. And then you have the red binders of Jefferson here. And then you have the pictures of Kate and Rachel and Max from the dark room here on the board. And then you have the actual door to Jefferson's dark room here. Which you actually can't open, it's locked anyway. But what that does do is spawn in the chair that Max was duct taped to. And then what you have to do is actually sit in it. and try to get out of the chair all over again. While Lucas over here recites lines that Jefferson says in the original game. So which one of the problems here is for this nightmare sequence is if the allusions to the roles that certain characters are supposed to be filling in from the original game were not subtle enough, this nightmare sequence is beating you over the head with it to be like, do you get it? Safi is supposed to be the Chloe replacement. So this is why Safi is the one that's repeating Chloe's lines in the bathroom during the reenactment. Lucas is supposed to be the Jefferson replacement. That's why he's reciting Jefferson's lines here. So yeah, subtlety by this point is not even in the game's vocabulary anymore. Now they're just blatantly taking your face and shoving your face into it and being like, do you see it? Do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get it now? So in any case, now a ladder appears. So now you can use the ladder to get down. And then now you go into the other world, and then here's Lucas. Okay, there isn't nothing special that's said there. You also can find Loretta here, which is like, okay. But Lucas is the main one that you have to take the picture of. So in any case, you take the picture. Lucas is fine now. You find Reggie here. And then at the same time, you also find Vin here. And then in this instance, you can actually push Vin to kind of push him towards Reggie if you're not in a relationship with Vin. If you are in a relationship with Vin, then Reggie just acts like a jealous, jealous boyfriend guy, and kind of becomes a little bit of an asshole to Max. So there's that. So now we leave the bowling alley, and now we're in the turtle, and obviously Amanda's here because the turtle is pretty much the only location that she is in the whole game, like 95% of the time. So of course she has to be here. But in any event, we have to get to Vin. I mean, we have to get to Gwen, because Gwen is in the patio. The patio is blocked, and we have to figure out a way to get to her. And then also we get this nightmare, the cameos from this nightmare sequence. because you've been getting these text messages from cameos from certain characters. So we got a Joyce one. But the more important one, obviously, is the Chloe text message we get. Thankfully, the text message is a positive one and not a shitty nightmare one. To be fair, the nicest text messages that you get during this nightmare sequence is Chloe's and Kate's. So there's that. Like, at least Kate's text message is thanking Max for being a true friend and trying to help her out in the original game. So that's a really heartfelt, like, nice text message that Max gets. And then we have the Chloe one here, which is nice, but at the same time contradicting how the game is trying to frame Chloe most of the time. Because what her text message says here is hey hippie, just wanted to say, no matter what happens and no matter what's happened, you'll always be amazeballs to me. Which is really sweet, but at the same time, it's like, it's in the nightmare sequence, and you're just adding to the mixed messaging of, like, how is Chloe supposed to be characterized in this whole game? Are you trying to characterize her in a positive light? Or are you trying to do it in a negative light? Because it really seems like, for the most part in the game, it's leaning towards the negative side. So it's pretty confusing. So in any case, we have to figure out where to get to Gwen, and what we wind up doing is going into the other world's bar, and instead of going to the patio, we're put in this hotel room, and then now we have to figure out a way to get out of the hotel room, which is a pretty tedious section, because pretty much what you're doing is going in and out of, going through this door several times to be able to get out of this room, which is an obvious parallel to the nightmare sequence from the original game, specifically the section where you're walking through the girls' dormitory, like, hallway over and over again. It's pretty much the same thing here. Like, you're just walking through the hotel room over and over again. The main difference here is where the original game, the dorm room thing there was puzzle elements to it to try to get you to try to get yourself out of it, right? Because if you're not, if you don't figure out like the puzzle elements of the dormitory section of the nightmare sequence, then you're just gonna endlessly repeat the hallway over and over and over again. That's not the same thing here. There is absolutely no puzzle that you're doing in this section. All you're doing is looking at the door and then pretty much having the icon to just open the door. That's all you're doing. Like there is no puzzle that you're doing here to like figure out to open the door. You're just repeatedly going through this hotel room over and over again for what is this? This was the second time. And then you go through, this is the third time. And then you go through again. And this is the, fourth time? Which this is the longest part, because this technically isn't even a puzzle. Like, you can't even open the door, so literally all you have to do is just lay on the bed, and then you just have to go through this tedious part where you have to get Max to get up from the bed again, and then you're able to try to go through the door. Which in this case is pushing your way through, and then you wind up back at the turtle again. And then for whatever reason, the door is clear now for where Gwen is. So now you go outside, you take your picture of Gwen, you free Gwen, and then now you're able to leave, and then now you encounter Safi. So now you caught up with Safi, and you're still in the storm, so you still got to figure out a way out. Which leads to you and Safi like retreading certain scenes that you've had together. Which this is obviously the beginning of the game. So you're not having the same exact conversation, but like the locations where you guys have been talking through certain points of the game. So and I've already gone through Safi's the breakdown in a previous video, breaking down Safi's like character. So I already pretty much explained the wishy-washiness of Safi's inconsistencies of how her character is during this part of the game. Like whether she's gonna be remorseful or whether she's gonna turn into like a big supervillain. Thankfully though, the game does, by the end of this, whole thing, they do generally pick a side on where Safi's gonna be, but yeah, her back and forth nature through this whole section was very, very annoying. And Max has the last piece of Safi that they need to finally get out, to get everyone out of the storm and everything, and get everything back to normal. And why Max wasn't affected like everyone else was. My only explanation, well, they don't give an explanation at all. Like Safi doesn't even fucking know. But the explanation that I take away is since Max already has superpowers, it doesn't affect her the same way. And then also we still have Yasmin that's over here bleeding out from the bullet in her shoulder. Which, yet again, the funniest part of this, how long was Yasmin sitting on the floor there, bleeding out for? Because she clearly, because she wasn't in the tornado for whatever reason. Like, why Yasmin wasn't affected by the tornado like everyone else, I have no fucking clue. Yet again, you could probably take that as a plot hole. But in any case, Safi pretty much kind of makes her her heel turn role, and is pretty much like, okay, fuck everybody else, I'm just gonna leave, and I'm going to find other people with superpowers. And here she's gonna try to convince Max to go with her to find other supernatural people. Which leads to the big final choice of the game, which is whether to accept Safi's offer or not. In this playthrough, I pretty much accept the offer because by this point I was already frustrated with the game enough already. Especially by my second playthrough. Like, playing this game a second time didn't warm me up to the game any more than I was when I played the game for the first time. So I pretty much was just like, hey, fuck it, accept her offer. Also, technically, the way I see it is, hey, if Max is there, maybe we could try to turn Safi into not trying to fully commit to the whole supervillain vibe that she's going on about. But in any case, now we have the little wrap up here, and we get the Chloe text message, which is the only real Chloe text message that you get, that Chloe sends to Max in the entire game. The only real one. Because obviously the nightmare sequence does not count.
She knows me better than anyone. Knew me better than anyone. The me now, though, after all this, maybe it's time I found out who that Max is.
Yo, Max.
Let me do that take again. Pretty much Chloe's quick text message is, yo Max, I get it if I'm the last person you wanted to hear from. Saw the news about the storm and hope you're alright. Pretty much it. All of that rigmarole throughout the whole game with Chloe, and the only real thing that Max even gets in the entire game is this one text message. That's it. And you still can't even text Chloe back. Like, you would think, at the very least, at the very end of the game here, you would at least give Chloe a response in the text message, especially since she's text messaging you, asking you if you are okay. You would think, since she's sending you a genuine message of concern, that you at the very least would be able to respond to it. But no, you get absolutely fuck all. You're pretty much gonna continue to eat shit and you're gonna like it. That's pretty much how that works. So in any event, you get the wrap up. Like, see, you can give Moses a text message at the very end, but Chloe, you get nothing. But in any case, you get the wrap up here with everybody. You can talk to everybody to pretty much send your final like wrap up goodbyes to everybody pretty much. So you got Loretta here. You could also take your final pictures of everybody if you want to. Oh, and then you get one final flashback line. From one final Chloe flashback line.
This, not so much. It just seems like they had.
In whatever reality, all those moments between us were real.
Both realities somehow got smushed together in the
Oh, those
storm.
Chloe
Now
lines,
everything's
man.
the same, but not. How crazy is it that my brain can wrap around that so easily? Years ago, I would have been
One last
freaking out,
flashback.
but I'm okay.
One more
I'm not that same
flashback.
kid anymore.
So yeah, you get that last little bit, which yet again using these flashback moments, which all of these flashback moments are doing nothing but confirming the deep bond and relationship that Max and Chloe pretty much have. And yet again, all you're doing is taking a nice piss and shit all over it. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm pretty sure that one of the things they probably intended with these flashback moments is supposed to be coming off as like sweet and wholesome in a way, but because of the whole breakup angle or the whole we stopped being friends angle that they went with, these flashbacks, instead of coming off as like sweet and endearing, they come off as spiteful and disingenuous and disrespectful, and just making like the fans that genuinely like love the dynamic and the relationship between Max and Chloe, whether they're in a relationship or not, whether they're just friends or whatnot, the people that love the dynamic between the two of them in the original game, it does nothing but constantly remind the people of what you did, and it just like genuinely just pisses them off more and more every time they hear it, which is not great, because those lines in the original game had like a lot of weight and meaning behind it, whether it was like genuine, like happy, sweet moments, or very like sad and heartfelt moments, you're pretty much taking those moments, putting them in here, and they're all being smeared with the emotion of just anger and resentment. Which is not what you want to which is not what you want to feel. At least that's not what I wanted to feel. In any case, you have your final little moment here with Lucas, which wraps up his little thing, where he is trying to make amends. How genuine he is about making amends is kind of up in the air, but it's whatever at this point. And then you get a phone call from Yasmin, so that wraps up her little thing here. And then you finally go to the Turtle to meet up with everyone else. And another thing to mention is the whole destruction of the storm was not really handled very great, because the storm barely looks like it really did any damage to the school. Like, most of what you see is, if you probably were watching in the video, you probably like noticed a couple of things, but all you really see is just like lampposts that are like bent, and some trees and stuff that are kind of like broken, and supposedly the roof of some building, but when you look at the buildings look just fine. So, not really a lot of destruction that you're trying to make it seem like. Especially nowhere close to the original game, where the storm was clearly fucking up everything because you had cars thrown all over the place, boats all over the place. You had whales that were also like thrown all over the place. You had buildings on fire. You had certain buildings that were like crumbling and damaged, with some cars that were even thrown into buildings. So it was very clear that the storm was fucking up shit. In this game, the storm just looked like it was like a cool little breeze. Because it doesn't really look like the storm really did much of anything. So they really could have used the storm to show off more destruction, really. Because they didn't do a very good job selling the fact that the storm caused some great devastation that like got on the news nationwide and all that shit. Like, I find that very hard to believe. But in any case, like the Arcadia Bay storm, I could believe that would be on the news. Like an entire town gets wiped out by a tornado, of course that's going to make national news. But you get your wrap up with Amanda, you get your wrap up with Diamond here, you get your you could get your wrap up with Gwen if you were nice enough with Gwen and positive enough with the relationship with her, then she'll be able to be at the bar here. And Reggie would be here if you got Reggie and Vin together, then Reggie is gonna be here. If not, if not, then Reggie would be in the courtyard of the university somewhere. You can find him there. But you get your little wrap up with these two. You get, as I said, your wrap up with Gwen. And then you get, you have to get your final wrap up with Moses. Because that pretty much ends the game once you. Excuse me. Once you get the wrap up with him, because that just ends the game at that point. So I just take a picture, and then now once you speak with him, that's it. That's the this is the final conversation for the end of the game. So after this, it's just pretty much running through the last little bit of dialogue options that you get with Moses here, and then that's pretty much it. And then you get your final dig. Because the game has to give you a dig at the very. It has to give you a dig at the very end, and at the same time, trying to give you some hope that things can potentially work out at some point, even though the game itself immediately started by just completely trashing the entire relationship. So you completely trash the entire relationship between Max and Chloe just to end the game with this fucking line.
Or hiding. Or running away.
Here's a tease.
What about the blue hair girl, Chloe? Are you ready to stop hiding from her?
It's finally starting to make sense. I think so. Not yet, but I never knew to
So, the wishy-washy, non-committal nature of this game is so infuriating. Like, I don't know. Chloe was the biggest albatross hanging above this game the whole time. They really should have just committed to just having the entire game take place in a reality where Chloe is just dead. The whole game should have just not even given you a choice in the matter and just went with her being dead. Because everything that they do with Chloe, if she's alive, is just utter fucking garbage at the best of times, and in the worst of times is just downright character assassination. Like, bruh, if you were gonna do what you were gonna do anyway, then you should have just kept the girl dead. You should have just kept it with the dead timeline and just call it a day. Like, you shouldn't have even bothered with having the option of having Chloe alive to begin with. Like, that's pretty much what it is. Like, oh my god. All right, where's the comic book? Where's Emma and Claudia's where's their credits? Because it's here somewhere. Is it at the very end? Because it's very awkward where they put their credits. Because I believe I do point them out. It's just that these credits are fucking long. Translation. And then the audio voice talent. Jesus Christ. What was it? The music. Where the fuck are they? No. Oh no, this is the very end. Where the fuck were they? Oh yeah, and then also we have their tease with Diamond having superpowers because she has a nosebleed. And then Safi pretty much recruiting her for her superpower team that she's getting. And we have the tease of Max coming back in their Marvel Avengers moment here. Like how Marvel does the taglines at the end of their movies where so-and-so superhero will return. So we got that going on. So there's that. Where's let me see. Let me see if we can get a screenshot of this. This strange comic credit. In double double exposure. Do we have... yeah, it does. What the fuck are you talking about? Clearly the AI is wrong. Is it right here? Oh no, that was just a credit of Chloe. Where the fuck is... They don't have a screenshot? Oh my god. Let me try to... let me phrase it this way. Oop, nope, spelled it wrong. Jesus Christ, no it does not. It is not fucking... not giving it to me. So I am going to have to just go through this all over again and try and fucking find it. Cause it doesn't help that the fact that the credits for the comics are like hidden, because it's one of those things that you have to like really pay attention to find. It almost makes it feel like they were trying to hide the fact that they were like taking plot points and elements from the comic book so heavily. Oh, where? Come on. That's the German team. And that's the French team. Oh, there you go. I found it. Because they put them in the French team credits. There you go. And the only way you can find them is right here where it says Titan Comics. And here you go, Emma Vicelli and Claudia Leonardi and Andrea Izio, because Emma did the writing for the comic books, Claudia did the main artwork for the comic books, and I believe Andrea was the inker. So she did like so they did like the coloring and stuff for the comic books. So yeah. Yet again, you steal enough elements of another story, you're gonna have to give those writers and stuff, those creatives, you're gonna have to give them credit, you know. And let's put it this way. I don't believe True Colors had to give the comic creators credit. Because True Colors did not take a bunch of ideas from the comic book. So that is something to think about. So in any event, before we end this episode, let's finally put Max from Double Exposure. Let's finally put her on the list. Where is she gonna go? Yep, it's finally time to place her on the list. I think you could probably gather that she is not gonna be very high. So I'm just trying to see where I'm going to put her. Because I'm damn look at it this way. Oh, thank you, Try. Because Try writes in its time, and that you actually liked Double Exposure Max more than Life is Strange 1 Max, because she healed from trauma. Which, granted, which, here's the thing. Which trauma is she really healing from? Because she's going through, like, depending on what ending you're going with, she's going through like multiple different like traumas throughout the whole game. And some of these traumas only show up at specific points within the game, and they're not even referred to before that or even after it. So she's either recovering from the trauma of Chloe dying, which I could make the argument that technically Max recovered from that trauma by the end of the game. Like I could make the argument about that. She's either recovering from either Chloe's breakup with her, with either the fact that Chloe and her are not friends anymore, or they're not in a relationship anymore. The trauma of Safi being killed at the beginning of the game. There's that. The trauma of Arcadia Bay being wiped out, being destroyed. And everyone else dying. There's that trauma. And like you said, in this case, because Triune says here, Max, she faces her time in the dark room, healed from the breakup, and she finally stopped running and found a family and a reason to stay. Okay, as far as her time in the dark room, here's the issue with that. Her trauma in the dark room is not brought up in the game whatsoever until the nightmare sequence. It's only brought up in the nightmare sequence, and as soon as that sequence is over, it's not even brought up again. So they pretty much bring it up and resolve it within like 10 minutes. Which is not great. Which is also one of the things that actually pissed off a lot of people, because it wasn't a realistic way of healing from that type of traumatic experience. Which to be fair, I do wish that no, but the point is, like, that like you said, because you say right, but that's how trauma goes. It's often shoved down and locked away, and certain things can bring it to life. That I understand that, but the problem is they don't set it up properly. If they were doing little hints throughout the game leading up to the nightmare sequence, if they were throwing little hints there that I don't know, maybe it could have been subtle things, like for instance, if Max had a thing where she doesn't really like to be touched or something, like if she had a moment like that where she doesn't really like to be touched for whatever reason, or if she didn't do photography, Yeah, but here's the thing though. I understand, like you said, there's the journal page where she has the drawing of Jefferson and her on the page. The problem is with that is if you're going to do the trauma thing, it can't be a written thing that so easily many people can just not even come across. You have to be more upfront about it. That's the issue. Which I completely understand how people who feel that way would take that. Like I completely understand that. Uh, okay, like here's a little suggestion that you have. Honestly, they could have had her more like straight edge sober, because of Jefferson drugging her. I see what you mean. That you see what I mean, but um, here's the thing though. With the drinking is not a problem because because um that's not how Max was drugged. She was drugged by a needle in her neck. That's how he drugged her, is with a needle. Which yet again could have been some subtle things that you could have threw into the game, like um like you could have put in like maybe there was like a needle like somewhere like around, or maybe there was a needle like within a scene where Max is talking with someone, and you could have a subtle moment where Max is not really paying attention to what someone is with who she's talking to, where she's not paying attention to them, but but you can subtly see that her eyes are looking at the needle, and you could be like subtle about it, like something like that. But the game doesn't do that. Um, yeah, okay. I'm saying usually people who are drugged by force don't enjoy being in an alternative state of mind. Yeah, I get what you mean by the drinking part, but yet again, the game doesn't do that because there are active moments where Max is drinking no matter what you do. So they clearly did not even think about that at all. Like that wasn't even across their mind because they have Max drinking at several moments. Whether it's your choice or not, she's gonna drink at certain points. Um, um, there's and yeah, and also knowing your plus knowing your backstory with that too. I I kind of figured you would have appreciated um at least the option of whether to actually take the drink or not. Um, but then again, uh, in True Colors, you could have Alex pretty much, uh, what was it? Drink like three, potentially three different types of liquor in one scene. During the bartending scene where you're trying to help out Jed with like attending at the bar while Gabe is uh, getting medical attention with Ryan. You could either lose the the guessing game with Steph and be forced to drink the shot of liquor. You could choose to take up uh, Pike on the offer of him buying you a drink, and you could also what was it? When you find Ducky's liquor, he'll actually want you to have a drink with him and Diane and stuff, and you can have her drink there too. So, pretty crazy that that you could potentially have Alex like have three different drinks in one scene. And yeah, like you said, like we gotta have an intervention for Alex. Yeah. Out of all the characters that has the potential to be an alcoholic, probably Alex is probably the one that's going to be the alcoholic, sadly. But yeah, in any case, back to Max here. Um, the biggest thing that they could have done to give Max a direct trauma that she was going through would have been a very simple thing. And you know what that very simple thing was? Have her not do photography anymore. That would have been the easiest thing you could have done. Have her not do photography anymore. Have her doing something else, and have that be a subtle indication that she's still dealing with the trauma from the dark room, because she associates taking pictures now with the dark room. You could have easily just had her do that, and that would have been the easiest, like, subtle way of showing that she is dealing with that traumatic event. But they chose not to do that, which in the opposite way, her actually doing the photographs and making a career out of doing the photographs kind of suggests to me that she was getting over and dealing with her trauma from the dark room already, because she was not letting what happened in the dark room to ruin her love of photography and taking pictures. So the fact that Max was still doing that was already giving the signal that she's already like dealt with it, or is already dealing with it. But then you pretty much walk that back during the nightmare sequence, and then have her just repeat, just kind of repeat the dark room thing again. And the problem with that scene is for me, it doesn't come off as a genuine resolution and overcoming of a traumatic experience. What it comes off as is we just want to shoehorn in more references to the original game and just put them in here. That's what it really comes off as. Because you're introducing a traumatic, you're introducing trauma that you did not set up before that. You're just dumping it in one scene and just putting it out there and then just resolving it within like 10-15 minutes and wiping your hands of it and then just moving on. Like it never happened. Which is not the way you should handle that from a storytelling perspective. If the story you wanted to tell was Max overcoming trauma, then the whole game should have been about that. But instead of being about that, you get sidetracked by Safi's dead. We need to do this whole investigation to find out why Safi's dead. And then we uncover this conspiracy with Safi's friend that committed suicide. And then the whole plagiarism thing. And then all that stuff. So it's like, if the whole point of the game was supposed to be Max overcoming trauma, then the game severely sidetracked itself by a lot of side things that were going on that completely distracted Max from everything going on. So that's pretty much how that worked. I don't know. It's hard. I don't mean to come off extremely harsh, but this is pretty much my perspective from all the information that is given to me and from everything the game is showing me and telling me. This is pretty much what I can gather from it. And if that was not the intent that they had for me to take away from all of this, then my suggestion to you would have been, then you should have been a lot more clear with what your intentions were. Because I'm sorry, but a lot of what's went on in the game was very wishy-washy, very non-committal, and in a lot of cases, very contradicting. So I don't know what to tell you. This game, Double Exposure, definitely feels like a game that had a troubled development. Like, I would be very genuinely interested if there was ever like an article that came out that went into very good detail in what genuinely happened during the development of Double Exposure, because there's a lot that is going on in this game that screams like there was a lot of issues and butting heads and a lot of people not agreeing on what direction they wanted to go. Which is very disappointing. Especially when you're bringing back the original where is it? Where is she? There you go. Especially when you're bringing back the original protagonist from the original game. Like I'm really sorry, but Max as a character and Hannah Telle as an actor really deserved a lot better than what they got in this game. I'm sorry. And I fully applaud Hannah Telle with trying to make the most out of what she was given in this game. So with that being said, oh boy. Fuck, man. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off. There you go. There you go. She's gonna be in C, right above Safi and right behind Victoria. Because at the very least, Victoria in the original game, at the very least, she can have, at the very least, Victoria can have a positive character development. As opposed to Double Exposure Max, where her character development is very conflicted and very, very back and forth and doesn't make sense in certain cases. And in other cases is pretty much rushed through. Because let's be honest, a lot of Max's traumatic experiences in Double Exposure are for the most part brought up and resolved within the last episode. So for the most part, Max is pretty much just running along with the plot of the game for the most part. Like unfortunately, the personal stakes that the main plot has with Max is not as strong as the original game is. And the main problem is the relationship between Max and Chloe in the original game was handled better and was sold a lot better. The relationship between Max and Safi was not handled well in this game whatsoever. You don't spend a lot of time with Safi for her to get killed. And then the Safi that's alive, you barely spend any time with her anyway. So her being alive is kind of pointless because Max and her don't really spend a lot of quality time together to buy in to the friendship that they have. Because I find it very hard to believe that Max would go through all of what's happening in Double Exposure for Safi. Chloe is a different situation because you have that past relationship with Chloe, being childhood friends, growing up together for as long as they did, and all that stuff. Safi here, you don't even know how long Max even knows Safi to begin with. You never get a clear time frame on how long these two people know each other, which is a problem. Especially when you're trying to get me to believe that these two are supposed to have this bond between each other. So already this dynamic already falls flat. So that's a big problem. And to counter for anyone that's being like oh, you shouldn't be comparing the original game to Double Exposure so much. My counter to those people would be, then why is the game itself copying a lot of the plot points from the original game? And why are you blatantly telling me that certain characters here are supposed to be replacements for other characters? Like, if the game didn't want to be compared so much to the original game, then why did you stick so close to the original game to begin with? It's kind of hard to take to take you as your own separate story when you're treading so closely to the same story. Like, you can't blame people. You can't blame people for comparing these two things so much together. Because double exposure is literally inviting those comparisons. Intentionally so. So if you didn't want to be compared so much, then you should have came up with a more original story to put Max in. Exactly, Try. Exactly. I'm, like I always say, I'm doing nothing but expressing my opinions and how I interpret and see this. Exactly, like you say, you still enjoyed the game, but at the same time you also value another point of view, which is the whole point of what I'm explaining here. Cause it's just giving a different point of view and a different perspective. Um cause when I've explained certain things uh to other Life is Strange fans, uh I've actually uh like brought to light certain things that they didn't even realize was even in the game, was even in the games, or given them like a different way of like, huh, now that you mention it, I didn't think of, seeing it like in that way. And, give people, you know, potentially a different way of seeing certain things, or shining light onto certain aspects that certain people may have not even noticed before. So, but at the end of the day, um, at the end of the day, if you still enjoy it, that's completely fine. It is, um, there are plenty of things that are like games or movies or something that maybe, you know, have more flaws in them than others, but can still be like enjoyable. Like, like I'm pretty sure everyone like has their like guilty pleasure thing that they know is objectively like pretty bad, but they still enjoy it anyway. Like for instance, I have a friend that uh, that really enjoys the Sylvester Stallone Judge Dredd movie, right? Um, Even though objectively, um, I'm pretty sure most people can agree that there's a lot of problems with that movie. And that's outside the fact of not being a very good interpretation of the Judge Dredd character to begin with. But, you know, the movie has its own problems outside of that. But he enjoys it anyway, right? And he fully acknowledges the problems that the movie has. So he still enjoys the movie despite the issues that it has. So there's, you know, a little example there. But is there nothing to enjoy in Double Exposure? No, there's moments that are enjoyable. Like I'm not gonna sit here and say that there wasn't any fun moments in there. Like we went over one of them with what was it? The whole pretending uh concert segment with Max and Amanda. That's a pretty fun moment, like a genuinely fun thing. If you have the cat content, then some of the cat content can be pretty fun. The the different outfits that Max can wear. Some of those are pretty fun and out there. So some of them can be very immersion breaking. So some of those costumes you can't really take the story seriously if Max is wearing some of them. So other than that, you know, the costumes themselves are pretty fun and creative. Uh, and the overall performances from all of the voice actors in the game are pretty good and stuff like that. Like the moments with what was it, Moses? Um, those are genuinely like pretty fun, pretty good. Uh, so there is um there is like fun moments to be had in the game. The problem for me is that it wasn't as consistent as I would have enjoyed it to be. Because unfortunately, when the game falls on its face, it really falls on its face in a big way. Like the biggest example is Alderman and the picture on the table. That whole sequence was so poorly written and handled that I'm amazed that that was even made the final cut of the game. Like I don't understand how anyone can play through that sequence and not see the very obvious problems that scene has. Clearly, whoever was playtesting the game, they clearly didn't care, or they really didn't care of any of the feedback that the playtesters gave. All right. So in any case, this is where Double Exposure Max lands. And since we're about to reach the 6-hour mark, unfortunately, we're gonna call it here because we already had to spend 2 episodes on breaking down Double Exposure Max because there was a lot to say with her for that game. So, excuse me. So to bring things back around in a more positive direction, I'm gonna lay out what we're gonna do for the next part. So for the next part, we are going to tackle. For the next part, we're going to tackle the arguably we're going to tackle the most important relationship and one of the most important characters in the entire Life is Strange franchise. And that is, where is, I might as well go full screen. Stop freaking out. There we go. So, we're gonna go with Rachel Amber. So, in the next episode, we are going to tackle the drama queen herself, Rachel fucking Amber. So that is what we're going to do on the next part of this long road through these tier lists. So hopefully I will see you all in that next part, and we will determine where Rachel is going to be placed on this tier list. And the good news is we're probably going to be able the good news is we're going to be able to most likely finish off Rachel in the next episode. Since Before the Storm is only 3 episodes, we'll most likely be able to knock her out pretty in a pretty reasonable length of time. So there's the positive there. So in any case, with that being said, I've been JR, and hopefully I will catch you all in the next one. Later, everybody.